Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, October 28th Board of Education meeting. We appreciate everyone being here with us this evening as well as those watching online. Mr. Marsh is unable to be with us tonight. Special welcome to ABSS staff. Lots of students and families and proud grandparents, aunts and uncles out in the audience, so that's always exciting. And then, of course, county leaders. I saw Commissioner Thompson and our friends from the media. If you are able, please join me in a moment of silence, and then we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Those that are able, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Board members, you've had an opportunity to review the agenda. Is there a motion to accept as presented at this time?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, yes, sir.
We need to have an amendment to the agenda. We need to remove item H1. We need to remove item H1. That's currently being worked on between us, the county, and legal. And so we need to remove that, and we will vote on that in a future meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Dr. Parker, are you willing to amend the motion?
Motion to amend my. I will amend my motion. Sorry, it's Monday to amend my motion per Dr. Fleming's request.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Board members, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes from our September meetings. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you. And board members, there are 3 items on our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you. And at this time, board members, we are revisiting our voting delegates for the 2024 Annual School Board Conference in Greensboro. I believe at our last meeting, there was interest from Dan and Donna to attend, and Seneca as well. Is there any other interest before the board? I think we can list up to 4 delegates. Okay.
Motion to approve delegates for the North Carolina School Board meeting.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell, do you want a specific by name?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sorry.
North Carolina School Board Association meeting. Is that what?
Specific
No,
by
the names of the delegates.
Got it. Okay. Donna Westbrooks, Dan Engel, and Seneca Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you for serving in that capacity. And at this time, I will turn the floor over to Emily Ann Adkins and Donna Westbrooks for special recognitions.
Sounds good. I need to get a little organized. These. You want to hand those out? Okay. All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Fleming, all of those in attendance today. We're so excited to have a packed house. We're going to start our recognitions off with our Star Student of the Month. And I will call Rory Magyar up to the front. Come on down, Rory. Any family that would like to stand up here, principal, come on up. Everybody, all the supporters for Rory, come on up. I'm going to read a little bit about Miss Rory. As you guys are coming up, I'll read a little bit about Miss Rory. So Rory is a second grade student who demonstrates, a second grade student at Sylvan Elementary who demonstrates adaptability and is self-reliant. Recently, Rory has had some personal obstacles, but she comes to school with a positive attitude, continues to prioritize learning while adapting to a new lifestyle, and is self-reliant and responsible. Rory demonstrates perseverance, bravery, and positivity through adversity. We are proud to have Rory as a Blue Jay and an ABSS Star student. Congratulations, Rory. We have a little,
Excuse me, sweetheart. Let me get by you just a minute.
we got a little something for you.
How about that? Is that cool? Look, and you have a certificate with your name on it. We are so proud of you. Are you proud of yourself? You should be. You should be. Do you want to say anything to everybody that's here? Is that a no or a yes? No? Would anyone else like to say anything? Okay. Nobody? You sure? I would. Absolutely.
I'm a friend of theirs and have known Rory. I worked at the school last year and fell in love with her very deeply. She's always had a smile on her face, always. And through all of this, that smile has continued. But she's also been a blessing to everybody else around her because of that smile. And she's just amazing. She's an amazing young lady.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Rory.
Congratulations, Rory. Do you have what you need? We'll take some pictures of you guys.
Big group photo. Squeeze in. Yes. Teacher and principal here to support.
3, 2, 1.
Great. Thank you.
Oh, James got a
That's so sweet. All right, next up we have our Star Staff of the Month, Miss Jennifer DeLima. If you'll come on up. All right. Miss DeLima is an ESL teacher at Haw River Elementary. She is new to Haw River Elementary and new to the family at Haw River, but her commitment to the school family is matchless. They say she has submerged herself in a school and exudes passion for the culture of the school and all the students and families. Ms. DeLima organizes daily announcements, including a fact of the day, and most recently, a celebration for Hispanic Heritage Month. And she is truly a gem, and they are very fortunate to have her as part of the Haw River family, and we are fortunate to have you as part of the ABSS family. Congratulations.
And I want to thank you for your commitment to ABSS and all that you do for our kids. We truly, truly appreciate it. Is anyone here for you, with you, family? And
Who brought me to the district. So.
Oh,
all right, yay! Thank you,
that.
thank you for bringing her.
yes.
Okay, do you want to say
Thank you.
something?
I just want to say how thankful I am to be in Elements. I live in Elements, so to be also working in Elements now, and Haw River Elementary is a beautiful place, so it's having a great time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Oh, one more photo. We can never get enough.
Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. All right, next up we have Miss Annie Goldberg, who is a nationally recognized school counselor. I have a lot to read about Miss Annie, so I will start reading while she's walking up. And I know that her principal is here and some supporters, so they're welcome to come up as well. Annie is a counselor at Broadview Middle School, and she has received a part-time fellowship with the Department of Education. The School Ambassador Fellowship was designed by the U.S. Department of Ed to enable school leaders from across the country to bring their expertise and experience to the department and expand the national dialogue surrounding improving educational outcomes. We are also celebrating the announcement from the American School Counselor Association, who awarded Annie the ASCA Certified School Counselor designation. She is one of only 57 school counselors nationwide to receive that. The designation demonstrates school counselor knowledge in designing, implementing, and assessing a school counseling program. School counselors who hold this designation demonstrate their commitment to the highest levels of professionalism, ethical practice, and continuing professional development in their school counseling practice. Research findings indicate that fully implemented school counseling programs are associated with a range of positive student educational and behavioral outcomes. And it is no surprise that Annie is part of the Broadview team that recently came off the low-performing school list. So, congratulations, Annie, for all of your accomplishments.
Congratulations. We are so proud of you.
Thank you so
And we are
much.
so lucky to have you in our schools. And I know Miss Lancaster feels the same way. You want to say something? And then you can say something if you like.
We're very proud of how Ms. Goldberg at Broadview Middle School. She does a great job for us, and just thank you for all that you continue to do.
I would just like to thank the community, the board, everyone who supports the ABSS Student Services Department. We are essential to what we do every day for our students, and we just ask for your continued support in providing essential services to our students.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, and next up, I'm going to invite Ms. Johnson to come and recognize some of our fantastic AP scholars that are in the room, filling up our boardroom tonight. I'm just going to stand to the side.
Okay. Okay, good luck. Careful.
I'm going to just sit behind you. Do you want me to help pass out?
We might have to. We'll do these first. So good evening. Each fall, the College Board and our schools recognize high school students who have demonstrated outstanding college-level achievement through their performance on multiple advanced placement exams taken in May of 2024. As you know, students who take AP courses and score proficient or higher are awarded college credit by most universities. Alamante's Burlington School System was also recognized as the highest percent change in the state of scores for 3, 4, and 5 when looking at districts that gave more than 1,500 exams. So we were also recognized for that. Alamante's Burlington had a total of 168 scholars who took exams this May 2024 testing season. This evening, we are recognizing students who have not graduated and are still in attendance with ABSS, which means these students earned their recognition as a freshman, sophomore, or junior last year. We are still proud of our class of 2024 who made up the remaining AP scholars, and we know they're doing well in their journey now. The following students, when I call your name, please come forward. These students were recognized as AP scholars. They received scores of 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. From Eastern High School, Zachary Carter, Emery Hill, David Moran, and if you'll stay up front, please. From Southeast Alamance High School, Natalie Cecil, Symphony Curtis, Amir Staten, Ajit Tella, and Jack Wales. From Southern High School, Lily Compton, Braylon Deming Nance, Emerson Eulis, Madison Kingery, Lindley Milliken, Caitlin Rumley. From Western High School, Sarah Amish, Blake Bacchus, Malia Beck, Laurel Burzay, Adam Boyston, Thomas Bullard, Haley Clayton, Tyler Clayton, Madison Corum, Luke Durham, Gabrielle Edmondson, Jacob Garrison, Caroline Gray, Catherine Gwynn, Eamon Hips, Smith Johnson, Walker King, Catherine Limer, Megan McLaughlin, Sarah McLaughlin, Devin McMullen, Francisco Perez, Hamilton Plunkett, Alexis Seba, William Stimson, Isabella Strasball, Allie Sykes, Langan Westcott, Caden White, Kende Wilburn, Reagan Williams, and Joshua Wood. And some of you may have to go up behind them on the second row. Williams High School, Yazil Alleman, Vince Coker, Allison Fogg, Melanie Hunt, Brian Isley, Jerry McCarthy, James Powell, Shah, Charles Smith, Sharon Valdez Lopez, Ariana Wadwani, and Aslan West. I've only done the AP Scholars. I haven't done these. Oh, okay. So these folks are just our AP Scholars. They're the ones who have received scores of 3 or higher. We still have others that we'll recognize in just a minute. If you are a parent of one of these folks, will you please stand? Or a grandparent of one of the folks that are up here now, will you please stand? I didn't forget her.
All right, is that everybody that's up here? Good gracious.
There's going to be more in a minute.
You guys are awesome. Thank you for, you are just wonderful. Thank you for being a wonderful representation for ABSS. And I'm so proud of you. We got the front row, I believe. You got your certificate, so the back row don't go anywhere until we give you yours, okay?
And again,
James is gonna
if you are an administrator or a teacher of these young people, will you also please stand? Because without you, we need you as well. I'm sorry. And we still have some others to recognize, so we'll give these certificates out and move forward.
Okay. All right, so front row, you can go. Thank you again so much for all that you do. You guys back here, Allison Fogg, Allison, Lily Compton, no Lily, Natalie. Okay, these two are not. What's your name, baby? Alexis? Last name? Martinez. Did you call out all of these people?
If they're up here, I'm assuming they heard their name.
Y'all come this way and just tell me.
Okay, while they're getting their certificates, I'm going to read about the next group.
What is your last name?
Martinez Seba, but you guys said Seba.
Okay. Is that an S?
The next group, the following students are called
Is that it, sweetie?
AP Scholars with Honor.
Westcott.
They received a score of 3.25 on all of their AP exams and scores of 3 or higher on 4 or more exams. So that's why they're called AP Scholars with Honors. So will the following students come forward?
Reagan. Wilborn. Kendall. Powell. James. Thank you. Congratulations, sweetheart.
From Eastern High School, Kyle Callaghan. From Southeast High School, Jesus Cruz and Jack Jennings. And if you'll stay up front. From Southern High School, Miche Bautista, Cassidy Lopez, Wesley Marks, and Sophia Parsley. From Western High School, Preston Bays, Charlotte Kerrigan, Joyce Gow, Kinsley Gassaway, Valeria Hernandez, Timothy McDowell, Bailey Setzer.
Last name is Bays?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sophia? Who's Sophia? Bays.
Thank you.
Last name, baby?
Go, G.
Gal. Trying to say, baby.
From Williams High School, Saul Cano Solis, Matthew Gardner,
No.
Avery LaPlante, and Jaden Wilson, if you'll come forward.
Last name, baby? Gardner.
And again, these folks earned the AP Scholars with Honors from the College Board.
Plant. Thank. Thank you guys for all of your hard work. You are so deserving.
Stay up here.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Any family that are with these guys, please stand up, and also our administrators of their schools, if you would stand up as well. One big
Teachers.
support system. We love it.
Teachers.
Teachers, of course, too. Nice. Do you have your pictures, James? Okay. Thank you guys again for all that you do.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
She wore us out.
We got one more group. So the highest recognition from the College Board is called AP Scholars with Distinction. The following students were recognized as AP Scholars with Distinction. They received an average score of 3.5 on all AP exams taken and scores of 3 or higher on 5 or more of these exams. If you'll come forward when I call your name. From Eastern High School, Zachary Huffman. From Southern High School, Ty Mealer. From Western High School, Noah Barrett, James Bolston, Brody Cameron, Callie Cotton, Jaden Daniely, Roslyn Elliott, Ethan Fogelman, Madeline Hanks, Lucas LaFeria, Juliet Onder, Avery Pickard, Noah Rouse, Charlotte Walsh. From Williams High School, Kaylin Fail, Thomas Faison, Helene Franco Portillo, Ivy Robinson, Lauren Turner, Kiefer Winter. And my hat is really off to these folks because they do more than just come to school and study. They're involved in so many things at their school also. Some of them play sports, some of them are in the extracurricular arts, some of them work a job. And to be able to do that and score 3 or higher on 5 exams says a lot about them as a student. So we know they're going to go far. And they do a great thing for ABSS, so kudos. Right, Kiefer Winter, yeah. She's Helene Portillo. Yeah, right here. That's her. And family members that are here with this group, if you'll stand, administrators and teachers. She's Callie. I remember seeing her when she came. She should be Callie Cotton. Yeah, she's right there.
Okay, they're making me work tonight, so I can't talk much. But thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for your just everything that you do in terms of your studying and your skills and everything that you're doing to better yourselves and to be wonderful at your craft at what you do. So thank you and congratulations. All right.
You good, Donna?
I'm hanging in there.
All right. We got one more. All right, congratulations to all of those AP scholars. We do have one more recognition this evening. We started a community partner spotlight. So I'd like to take some time to spotlight one of our wonderful community partners, Impact Alamance. And we have tonight with us Miss Tracy Grazier and Miss Tyrona Hooker. If you guys will come up, I'll read a little bit about all the work that you guys are doing. Not just for ABSS, but across the county. Impact Alamance is a foundation with a mission to partner and invest in to achieve hope, health, and prosperity for everyone in Alamance County. Tonight, we're excited to recognize this outstanding community partner who has made a significant impact on our district in the schools and the classrooms through generous grant opportunities exceeding $300,000. So our teachers and staff have access to additional resources that will support innovative teaching and enhance student learning. That's what it's all about, right? This funding will open doors for educators across our district to tailor their requests to meet the specific needs of our students, their classrooms, and aligned with our goal of providing exceptional educational experience. Additionally, after a long hiatus, Impact Alamance will bring back the Teacher Leadership Academy beginning this February, which is a wonderful opportunity for our teachers to experience an interactive cohort to learn more about our county and the resources while connecting what they do in the classroom with our surrounding community. So we are deeply grateful for your partnership, which empowers our educators and enriches our students across the county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to say thank you so much. You guys have meant so much to us for so many years in terms of helping with our children and helping with our teachers, and we just thank you. I can't get all the words of how you make us feel. So thank you for all that you do for us. Would you guys want to speak?
Just that we are so thankful for the partnership, and that's one of our main priority areas, and we believe that education is a key determinant of a child's health. So the better foundation that we can give them, the better future they're going to have, and that's what it's all about. So thank you for the partnership.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, Donna, you're good. All right, I'm going to let Donna have a rest and come sit down.
Thank you, Greg. All right.
Gotta work out. Oh, boy.
I didn't mean to step on your toe. I'm sorry. So just a few seconds. We accidentally left out calling, but we didn't forget the certificate. So Ms. Westbrook, do you mind? And I promise it's just one, so we won't get confused today. But we do have a young lady at Western High School. They actually, and I commend the Western students, because not only are they taking all of these AP exams, but then they sit and they do a research project and a research paper, and they submit this in order to earn a seminar research certificate. And to do this before your senior year, which Madison was able to do, is to be commended, because most people don't do this until their senior year and they've already graduated. So Madison did this when she was a junior, so kudos to her. So I apologize, Madison, you did earn this. So congratulations to you, and I'll let you come up and you'll have your solo picture. Yes.
Mom, come on over and take pictures. Anyone from Western here tonight?
Mr. Stiles is here.
Oh, there he is, Mr. Stein.
Come on up.
Michael. Oh, take pictures, yeah. Get up there and take one away, Mr. Stiles, too.
I think we got one standing at the door.
Do we?
Needs to be in the picture too.
The dad. Dad? Get up here, Dad. Madison, we appreciate your hard work.
Yeah, all before a senior. Thank you.
It's nice to have a full house and to have so many students and parents and just family members here to celebrate the accomplishments of our students and staff. Board members, we will move into the agenda. Superintendent, Finance and Human Resources. Do you want to take a...
Yeah, let me take just a moment to welcome a new member of the ABSS leadership team. Mr. Tony Messer joined us. I think this is his third day. I think he joined us on Thursday, I believe. But we welcome him as our new Chief Finance Officer. And I know he has a tall task ahead, but I know he'll handle it well. A professional finance officer for many years, worked in accounting and auditing as well prior to getting into the public school business. And we welcome him and thank him for choosing ABSS. Welcome.
Yay.
My apologies, I skipped ahead. We do have 3 public comments. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
But thank you for being ready for that.
I was. I didn't even.
As we move into the public comments portion of our meeting, I take a quick opportunity to briefly review our board policy, section 2310, titled Public Participation at Board Meetings. The full policy can be found online. It does allow a minimum of at least 30 minutes at the beginning of our monthly evening meeting for public comments, and tonight I believe we have 3 speakers signed up. Per policy, individuals may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please note that the timer will chime exactly after 3 minutes. We do ask that you please plan accordingly and respect any additional directions given. Please be sure to address the members of the board and not the audience. Board members do not respond to individuals except to request clarification of points made by the speaker. We ask that you refrain from clapping, snapping, or vocalizing in any way at any time during public comments. Profanity, making threats, or revealing confidential student or personnel information will not be allowed. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium and please state your name before beginning comments. And our first speaker this evening is Doug Carroll.
Good evening, Dr. Fleming. Welcome to Alamance County. Glad to have you on board, Madam Chair, school board members. I don't know how I'm going to do this in 3 minutes, but I had on there administration, buses, and phones. I reckon the first one I want to address is I don't know who our neighboring counties are that chose to so-called ban phones. I know I'm getting ready to stir up a hornet's nest, but I drive a bus at Eastern, been driving for 8 years, and trying to get these kids to not have 3 or 4 phones going on 3 or 4 different things, you know, and you don't really get the respect, and it's just tough. And I know in the classroom when I subbed at Eastern from June the 30th of 22 to the end of school, started out taking EC kids that could go to a regular class and work them into a regular lifestyle. Well, that was on Monday. On Tuesday, I became a utility sub. So I wound up being math first period, core second period, family planning third period. So I was pretty much just a babysitter, and that's just not me. But I filled the bill, and they were tickled to have me at Eastern. As I got off the bus, I went up the hill. So, but the phone thing, y'all got to make that decision. But it is tough on teachers. It's tough on bus. And I think if you would poll every employee in ABSS, you'd find out that they would love to not see them phones, because these kids are smart. They'll bring 2 phones to school. They'll take one and go to the bathroom and leave the one that doesn't have anything in it on their desk. So, but that's just part of that. Second thing is, we at Eastern Woodlawn had a just about complete administration change this past year. Only Suzanne was on the one that was left. And it's tough because when the kids come in that are so-called not the best kids in the world, that they get a chance to stretch it out, to say that they'll say, okay, they don't know us, so we get a chance to do what we need to do to misbehave or whatever. So that's something y'all need to think about in the future, of not changing. And I know y'all have no control with that because people do things that they shouldn't do, okay? And that's what reason why you're not there. But that's something that's also tough on new administration coming in, and also But the one that I'm really concerned about is the 3 bus coordinators that were cut. I don't know who made the decision, but until you sit in my shoes and behind that seat and you see what goes on every day, it is detrimental. I am covering as a satellite coordinator for Ashley, that's the coordinator at Western. And she would love to come over and spend time, but she can't because she's got too many problems, short drivers at Western. And, you know, I'm doing it just to, and she's so grateful to have me. But I don't know, I wish y'all would consider that 75,000 y'all cut for 3 coordinators versus what
Thank
you
you.
spent.
Thank you,
at-
Mr. Kill, for
Okay.
being here.
Thank you.
Our second speaker this evening is Al Seagraves.
Thank you. My name is Al Seagraves, Dr. Fleming. Welcome to Alamance County and ABSS. And I thank the board for giving me an opportunity to get up here and speak. And the reason I come every month now, I want you to understand, it's because I would like to develop a rapport, a trust with you, relationship, so that as I proceed throughout the year, that I'll have some credibility with you. And you'll anyway, what I want to do, again tonight, I'm just going to talk about how I've been associated with ABSS and the things that I've done. I'm not looking for kudos, any trophy, certificates, not knocking any of those. Just people to listen and see if we can work together and make this a better school system. So in 2019, Jamie Athas, while I was the ISS teacher at Williams, hired me as an assistant baseball coach, and I learned real quick. We didn't just have to coach. First thing I asked Jamie, what do you need? What do we need to do? Let's roll up our sleeves and go to work. We trimmed all the I did it, to be honest with it. I went out and rented a chainsaw, pole saw, trimmed all the trees, hauled it, took it away. About $1,000 worth of rental equipment and labor on my part. Now I said, okay, what's next, Jamie? He said, well, I understand you know how to paint. I said, well, I think most people do. I think I can handle that. So I painted the dugouts, the foul poles, concession areas, the bathrooms, stained the press box, stairs as you go up first class, man. It looks beautiful. And again, you know, materials and labor on my part, close to $4,000, okay? Then I said, Jamie, anything else? He said, yeah, our budget's limited. Can you go out and raise? Obviously, I've been a member of this community for 30 years, 10 years as a head football coach at Elon University, and I'm not trying to wow you. I just had a lot of relationships here in the community. Say, Coach, can you go out and raise some money for us? We need some batting machines. We have nothing. So I said, sure, I'll do that. So I went out and raised $3,000, went to some of my friends here in town, and they supported the kids. They knew what we were trying to do. That, I told you, three grand. I retired. Then in summer 2021, I received a call from Alan Wolf. He's the director of athletics at Turrentine. He said, Coach, we need your help. We understand you've been a college coach for 40 years, but we just hired a new head coach. We don't have any assistant coaches. So I said, okay, I'll come in and talk with you. But just because I've been a head coach at Elon University don't mean I'm a fit for Turrentine and the kids. So I went in there and I had one question. Are we going to hold these players accountable for their behavior and their actions? God, I got to come back.
Thank you, Mr. Seagraves.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Our next speaker is Mr. Molina.
Good Lord have mercy.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent, welcome. My name is Jose Molina. As you know, there are 3 keystone foundations for a great community: education, health, and security. Those 3 are also the 3 basic human rights on which the United States strongly advocates across the globe. If one of them is missing, the other two are on the path of failure. Unfortunately, for some of our students, our schools may be the only safe havens that they will have in their entire life. Tonight, I want to focus on health. At ABSS, we need one nurse per school building, and this is not a luxury, this is a necessity. Our school buildings are not safe due to the short staff. ABSS is hiring, right? That means that we do not have the numbers of adults in our schools for the numbers of students that we have in the buildings. And on top of that, you want our school staff to perform the duties and responsibilities of a well-trained, licensed nurse. Board members, there is a reason on why people specialize on professions. And ABSS cannot contribute to what is called now a modern slavery. Our staff members deserve better. And you will say, well, some of the nurses have volunteered on taking more responsibility. And this is hard, but they did not do it because they want to help you on balance the budget or that they want to fulfill a political agenda. They do it because they love what they do, and they do it because they love the people they serve. So board members, this is not about a budget or politics. This is about life and death. This is about well-being. And this is about of doing what is right and respecting the basic human rights. And this message is not just for you, but for all levels of the government, if it reaches. And for those who are trying to get in a position in the government. ABSS needs one nurse per school building, please. Not for 2 years, not in 5 years, we need them today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina.
Mr. Molina, do you attend the county commissioners' meetings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I was going to recommend that you also take your message to them as well, too, because they help with our funding and stuff as well, so.
Yes, I just get the run around like this, just like what the government does it.
Stay on it. Keep going.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
For clarification, Mr. Molina, for clarification, when you say school building, you're talking about per school, isn't that right?
Yes, each school. So if you have, one school, right now, just an example, Rockview and Commons are sharing one school. I'm sharing one nurse, so we need one per school building, especially like some of them are far away, and because those two schools are close to each other, doesn't mean that we had to be like, okay, we can save some money here. I do
Sure.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of you who came out and spoke this evening. At this time, we will move, board members, are you okay moving into do they may need a recess?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, I'm over, remember.
Okay. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you. We are back in open session. At this time, I will invite our Chief Academic Officer, Ravonda Johnson, to the podium.
So good evening, Chairwoman Graves, Dr. Fleming, School Board. I'm excited to come to you tonight, especially after we presented to you, the advanced placement students. We've spent a lot of time with AP since we've been here the last several years, invested a lot of time, but it doesn't just start in high school. We start with our littles in elementary school, invest in them, and then they move up to middle, and then the high school is where we go. And I'm not sure if Angie is still in here, but Angie Reed, formerly known as Angie Austin, is our solo over AP or advanced learners, K-12. And we have some teachers that are in our elementary, as well as 2 folks that help out in our middle schools, and then of course all of our honors and AP teachers in the schools at the high school level. So what are advanced learners? These are students who demonstrate a high level ability or achievement compared to their peers in one or more areas. These students often show advanced skills in critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, and subject-specific knowledge, such as math, science, or language arts. Advanced learners often benefit from differentiated instruction, which may include accelerated coursework, enrichment activities, flexible grouping, opportunities for independent study. Their needs can vary widely, requiring individualized approaches to keep them challenged and engaged in their learning. And it is imperative that we meet their needs. As our young people get older, if we're not meeting their needs, then they leave us and they go to the School of Science and Math down in Durham. They leave us to try to find a school where they think that they're going to get a better education. And while it may provide them that opportunity, we do have accelerated programs right here in ABSS that we need for them to investigate. We also offer our own accelerated programs and courses here and opportunities here for them to earn those college credits here. But we have to get that message out there. We also have to invest in our teachers so that our teachers know how to teach that differentiated instruction. And sometimes when teachers need those courses, it can become expensive to go back. So we have to say to ourselves, how are we going to invest in a teacher and keep them here in ABSS so that they can teach those advanced learners? We have some really bright elementary kids in our district. We've got a young person in one school who could do Math 3 down at an elementary school. I'm amazed. I struggle with Math 3 because I'm not the most math-minded person. But we have some young people who are bright, and we have to find ways to meet the needs of those kids. And in our advanced learner program, that's what we strive to do. So how do we serve them? In our elementary school, they either have a full-time elementary AIG teacher, or they may share a teacher if their numbers are not where they need to be. In grades K through 2, they work on talent development tasks, so they're given tasks that keep them engaged at a more advanced level, and we also work on nurturing them because sometimes they can become overwhelmed. They may not be socially ready for the advanced work they do. They may still have some very immature skills, so we have to nurture that piece so that they don't turn against the learning piece of it. So we may work on that with our K through 2. The identified students in K3 get 30 minutes 2 times a week with students with an AIG teacher, and in 4 through 5 they get 45 minutes 2 times a week of direct services. So the AIG teacher goes in with the standards they have to work directly with those students. They also receive differentiated instruction from their classroom teacher. We work with the teachers to ensure they know how to differentiate in their own classroom. Differentiate doesn't mean give them extra work. Teachers that are in here now will tell you that's not how you give extra work to the kids that are bright. You have to find more ways to challenge them, allow them to dig deeper. That's the type of differentiation we do. And that can be additional work on a teacher, and we have to keep that in mind because the goal is to challenge that student, to get them to find that love for what we want them to do in that classroom. The other thing we do for the littles is also encourage them to participate in things that are going on in their school, such as Battle of the Books, Science Fair, National History Day. So we want them to participate in those things that we're doing in the district because then they get with other students who are like-minded with them so that they can talk about things, make friends, and then be able to collaborate and have those discussions with kids who are doing the same things they are. In the middle school, we have advanced classes in math and English, which is where our AIG kids are served. We also have accelerated math pathways for those students. They take Math 1 in 7th grade and Math 2 and 3 in 8th grade. If we do not have teachers that can teach at this level, then we do get the kids to the high school, and we have to work out a schedule to make sure that it's when the kids can get there. And we get transportation for them back and forth so that we can make sure that because we know they can't drive. So we help with that piece of it. We also provide extension and enrichment during the intervention period. We have folks work with them. A lot of times, though, if these kids are taking Math 1 and Math 3, if they want to be in a chorus or a band, we have had those teachers say, hey, I'll be happy to teach that during intervention period because these kids want to belong into those arts, and so we allow them to do that. They're also encouraged to participate in the extracurricular events such as Science Fair, Battle of the Books, writing competitions. We want to get these kids writing, and several of these kids have won some of the writing competitions that are put on, especially by the community members who put out the writing competitions. Many of them also from the elementary, they participate in the dual language program, and then at the end in 8th grade, they also participate in the credit by demonstrated mastery for certain high school courses. And what this is they sit for an exam, and if they master the exam, they can then not take that high school course. So let's say that they sit for environmental science, or let's say they sit for English 1 because they feel they've already got that, or Spanish 1 because they feel that what they've done in middle school, they've already got it, or if they move in and they've already gotten it, then they do not have to take that if they receive mastery on that. But they have to follow the process. In high school, we do have open enrollment in honors and AP courses. We have really worked to push kids into taking this. We have some kids who we know should be taking honors and AP, but some of them are just scared. They're scared they'll mess up their GPA. They're scared they won't do well, and we say to them, we have help. You need to try this. If you're going to college, you need to sit for at least one AP class. Last year, our theme was, expect a 2. A 2 isn't being proficient, but when you expect a 2 and that kid is just believing they're going to get a 2, 9 out of 10, they're going to push themselves and possibly get that 3. And for our kids, you see they did it. Look how many stood up there tonight. And that's not even counting the ones that didn't show up and the ones that had graduated. We've got to keep pushing our kids to take that. Opportunity to apply for ABEC, the Early College Pre-Collegiate at Graham, or the International Baccalaureate Program at Williams. The opportunity to take dual enrollment at Alamance Community College, where tuition is free of charge. The opportunity to take dual enrollment at Elon University. Opportunity to participate in the Spanish interpretation certification. CTE courses at various locations, and we also offer those in honors level. So our kids can do that, and then of course credit by demonstrated mastery for certain courses that they can exempt from taking. So those are the things that we offer at the high school level. You'll notice tonight at your seats I gave you some posters that I'm asking for you to hang up in your favorite location. We're getting ready to hold our specialty schools tour. And that's where we go to every zone and we talk about all of our specialty programs before the application opens so that parents know what we offer and that if their child is in 8th grade, they can apply. So we have 7 zones, and then we do a virtual night for anyone that couldn't make it to those. You don't have to live in that zone to go there. If I live in the Williams zone, but my kid had a ball game that night and I want to go to the Western zone to attend that night, I can show up. We don't check to make sure your kid lives in that zone. We also get a lot of homeschool, parochial school families come out for this. They can show up to any of them. It doesn't matter. But this is a great night to learn about our programs so that when our applications open, they're ready to apply. So if you can pass those or hang those somewhere, that'd be great for us out in the community. So I want to share with you some of our numbers. We've actually already updated this. So if you want to write this down, in our K through 3, when I turned this in to Ms. Chandler, we had 88, but we were testing our 3rd graders. We now have 226 K through 3. So after we tested them, we had 226. We're still waiting on 18 students to come and finish testing. So we had 226, which would give us a total of 2,661 identified AIG students. So you can see those going down. And we also, like I said, we need to support our teachers. And I think, this is, for me, this is important because I don't, a lot of people think teachers come to school, you open up a teacher's edition, you stand up there and read from it, you give the kids the work, you go home, and you get your summers off. And maybe that's what they did back in the one-room schoolhouse days, but teaching is so hard. Because if you looked at everybody in this room right here, right now, we all learn differently. I'm somebody who I need to see it. I don't need a bunch of noise, and I don't really like working with partners because too many people talking distracts me. So that's the type of learner I am. Miss Anderson may like group work. She might like all of those types of things. But she might like, someone just talking to her. She may not like this right here. And then you may have Mr. Messer there who is very bright. He may be AIG off the charts. He's sitting in here, and he has to be taught at this level here. If not, his parents are going to pull him and put him at the School of Science and Math, and we're trying to keep him here because we need students in ABSS. And if all of these people are in Miss Westbrook's classroom, she's got to make a lesson that's fit for all of us. It's very time consuming if we're doing our jobs right. Good teachers do their job right because they want to grow every kid in that room. And a lot of times we get stuck on the kids that are on the bubble because we want to get them across that line to get us off low performing list. And I want them off the low performing list. But a lot of times these kids right here, the AIG kids, they get left behind. Because we think in our heads, they're already smart. They'll get it. Let's go ahead. But teachers have to differentiate for these kids because we want to help them grow too. We don't want them to become stagnant. We want them to grow. We want Mr. Messer to continue to grow because we want him to just soak in more knowledge so that he continues. When he gets into high school, we want him to take those advanced level courses. We want him to leave and go to college with lots of scholarships so that he doesn't have to pay a dime. And we want him to one day walk across the college stage or whatever he chooses to do. Maybe he doesn't want to go to college. Maybe he invents something and goes to work and makes millions off of whatever he invents. But we want him to say, thank you, ABSS, for never giving up on me. That's what we want him to say. But it's because of a teacher differentiating that he would be able to say that. And so we have to invest in our teachers, which means money. And unfortunately, I know that we are tight with that, so I respect it. But we have to think about these things. And we have to have time to be able to do that and grow them. Because in the elementary school is where it starts. Like I said, these kids that were on the stage tonight, it didn't just start in high school. An elementary teacher invested in them. AIG teachers attend monthly meetings to get support and collaborate with each other on how can we meet the needs of these kids and keep that spark for learning in there. They collaborate on how do we support our classroom teachers? How do we make sure that they are differentiating and that they're not letting our kids not grow? How are they not becoming stagnant? They create activities, enrichment activities to support reading and math standards. And they also say our K-2 babies, how do we make sure that they keep that desire for learning even though their little brains and their little minds and little bodies are still adjusting to school? And then we also work with our blended learning optional PD so that they can continue to grow as educators as well. In middle school, we have 2 middle school AIG specialists, and they meet weekly with Miss Reed to make sure that they are also looking at our ELA and our math and how can we support those middle school teachers to ensure that our middle school kids who are already going through their own little world in middle school. We know that middle school is a challenging time for young people because they're leaving that protected world of elementary, getting ready to go to high school, and they kind of think they know a lot. So we've got to make sure we keep them in tow, right? We don't want to lose them academically. So these AIG specialists collaborate a lot with their teachers to say this is where we need to move. They develop enrichment activities so that they can take these kids forward, and then they also participate in PD so that they can grow. And then, of course, our high school teachers. We do AP Saturdays. We have a great working relationship with College Board and the North Carolina Partnership. We're constantly doing things with them. Last year, we had our very first AP Jamboree, where all of our advanced placement kids came together across the district. We also provided transportation for those who can't drive. The kids all showed up, and they were surprised that they were all having trouble with some of the same things. And they liked being able to get together and collaborate on that Saturday. So we had a nice turnout. It was kind of cool watching kids from all over the district get together. And we also have our IB teachers. As you know, the IB program at Williams is thriving. They also get their professional development. It's a worldwide program. You'll hear more about it later, but they also get their professional development not only from the IB world, but they also are doing their own professional development at Williams. They have a PLC where they're talking and trying to grow together. We also do honors at the high school level because we're trying to push our kids to not be afraid to take these courses. And then, of course, we have Success Academy at the high school level, which is where kids can go get an intervention and support if they need help. This year, we will start our AIG plan revision. Our 22-25 plan will end next June. So we are starting to think about our 3-year plan cycle for the 2025-2028 school year. Miss Reed started our first one at Family University. She had a night, and we had quite a few parents show up just to start talking about that. What does that look like? What do we need? We'll continue to have several of those stakeholder meetings. We'll do some surveys, more open forum meetings. We'll do some virtual meetings for those families that don't really want to come out and be around people. But we're going to do some things to make some necessary changes, and then we'll present a final draft to you guys for approval before we have to submit it to DPI by next July. So that is where we are with the advanced learners. Questions?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Questions for Ms. Johnson? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for the presentation of this, and then, of course, for those students who showed the proficiency in this. I think that's big for the community to see on more of the offerings and things that ABSS has. Just one question on, for those specialty programs like we have with ABEC and the IB and the PCA, when students are, I guess, applying or trying to get in there, is there a certain cutoff for those programs or anything?
Of how many kids we take?
Yes.
Yes, we take 65 per cohort, so it'll be 65 for each one of those.
And then the other question, just on the teacher support for these programs and things, what is any of the feedback that you know of that we've received from our teachers on the professional development pieces, on the support pieces and everything too, of anything that you might know of that?
I think they're appreciative, but I think, like I said, I think it's overwhelming. The needs in the classroom have gotten greater. So when you're teaching and you've got so many needs in the classroom, especially if you're new, but even seasoned folks, now when you're trying to do so many different things, it's tough sometimes to be able to do that. Even in our honors and advanced placement classes, it's not, you would think everybody's at the same place, but they're not. So I think, with that, it's not that teachers don't want to do it. I just think sometimes their plate may be full, so it can be overwhelming. What I do know is they're doing their best and trying. And what we say to them is, if today you feel like you failed, just get up tomorrow and try again. The thing is, we're trying. And a lot of times when people think they're not making a difference, they really are. And I think tonight was a testament of the difference our teachers are making. Even when they think they're not, tonight for me, and of course a lot of the kids didn't show up tonight, and then think about all the seniors that have already graduated. I mean, we only increased about 4 people, but we still increased how many scholars we had, and that says a lot. I couldn't have made all these scores. I couldn't have been a distinction honor person. I would have been an AP scholar, but I couldn't have been an AP scholar with distinction. That is dedication right there.
Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly on all of that you said, because I know our educators are trying every day. So that's why I was just wondering about the feedback that they have given, because I just always, consider the support, whatever we can do for our educators, because that's going to trickle into our students, how we support our educators. So thank you.
We enjoy AP Saturday. I think it's doing it on Saturday. I really enjoy Saturday. We're more relaxed. There's not a lot, and we can collaborate a lot better. It's more laid back, but we're reaping our results, and I think that is a part of why it's okay on Saturday. So we just plug in there. Everybody's doing what they can, and for me, that's all we can do.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Johnson? Dr. Parker?
I can go. I have a few, so I can go later if other
go
folks
ahead.
have.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. When you said credit by demonstrated mastery, is that like when an 8th grader takes Spanish 1 or something like that and gets high school credit? So the exam would be the mastery there? Or it's not really a separate...
This would be like, I feel that I don't need to sit for the English 1 class. I feel that I've already done enough to master for that, so I could take the exam for that, the EOC for that, and if I master that, then it could keep me from doing that. But there is a process for that, and there's also a window for that. So if you wanted to do that, you would need to fill it out during that window.
Got it.
And it would be on under students or under families on the website. It's information in there for families.
Okay, got it. Thanks. I will say also that I don't like to work with partners either, just as far as group things. For
I would want you for my partner.
So parents need to request that their child is evaluated. Is that generally how it works in elementary school, or does the teacher do it, or what is the?
It could be a combination of both. And now with the Parents' Bill of Rights, they definitely could. And now with the Parents' Bill of Rights, if we feel that a child is doing that, we would definitely reach out to the parent to say we feel that and we would like to.
Got it. And being evaluated for AIG is separate. So a child could have, say, like a 504 plan and also be identified for AIG, and it's not exclusive.
Correct.
Then, the last thing I guess is just a comment, and then I can say this: the AIG programs are very important for Alamance County as a whole. That when professionals move to Alamance County, looking at the AIG programs in the school system is one of the things that they seriously look at. And I can say my three all had Jennifer Tripp, who's at Garrett, and kids, in my experience, have a real affection for their AIG teacher if they're able to do that. It's something special and a little bit different as far as the differentiated instruction that they're able to provide. So no other questions, but thanks for the program.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Ms. Johnson, when will the surveys start, just so the public is watching for them? Like after Christmas?
Surveys.
The stakeholder surveys, open for meetings and virtual?
Oh, yes. It'll
Several
be
have asked that.
After Christmas.
After Christmas, okay. Just, I guess, so they would be knowing to kind of watch for those prompts. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else for Ms. Johnson? Thank you. I believe you're up next.
Yes. Okay, so next we are up with the NIL agreements for ABSS athletes. And I was praying that we would not have to be dealing with this, but unfortunately we are. So I was hoping this would stay at the collegiate level. I really don't like it there, but because I think it's taken away from college sports myself, but now it's down at the high school level. So in case you're not sports minded, an NIL agreement is a name, image, likeness agreement. And it became effective for high school athletics October the 11th, 2024. Our high school athletes are now allowed to profit off their name, image, and likeness after the State Board of Education was required to adopt the proposed rules. So now our athletes will be able to make money off of their name, their image, and their likeness. But there are rules. And those are important for us because if not, we will be in trouble. So athletes can use their NIL activities to, they can make public appearances or participate in commercials. They can participate in autograph signings. They can participate in athletic camps and clinics. They can sell non-fungible tokens. So this may mean like they're a card of themselves, like those trading sports cards. They may make one of them, and they could sell those, and it would be only theirs electronically, and it would be theirs to sell. Product or service endorsements, promotional activities on social media, or they could hold in-person events. So high school athletes will now be allowed to do this. What is prohibited? This is the part that you as a board and the superintendent must make sure we pay attention to. And of course, Mr. Davis is making sure that every AD and every high school coach is paying attention to this. And then I will make sure that our principals are paying attention to this. The athletes cannot make reference to the school district, the school, the conference, or the North Carolina Athletic Association as part of its NIL deal. So we could have an athlete make a deal, but they cannot mention their school at all or us at all. Intellectual property of these organizations cannot be used for the NIL activities. So if they go to do a social media thing or a commercial or sign autographs, they cannot be in one of our jerseys. They cannot have an ABSS logo on. They cannot have anything that would show anything about our schools or our district on that, or the North Carolina Athletic Association. They cannot participate in any NIL activity during a sports competition or a school-based activity or event. So if we're having a pep rally, they can't sneak in a camera and do some big commercial or do something like that during that pep rally, because it would be inside the school and that's a school event. They cannot be filmed during a sports competition. So they can't do it if we're having a basketball game or a swim meet, and that's what they got their deal for. They cannot be filmed during one of our meets. They cannot participate in NIL activities that involve adult establishments or adult entertainment, alcohol, alcoholic products, tobacco, vaping, electronic smoking devices, nicotine products, cannabis, controlled substances, weapons, ammunition, firearms, casinos, gambling, including sports gambling, and activities that would disrupt the school or the school district. So athletes cannot do any of those things. Do we benefit as a district from NIL agreements? And here is the answer to that. No athletic director, coach, other employee of a school district, representative of an athletic booster club, and that's important. Our athletic booster clubs have got to follow this rule. Or representative of an NIL collective shall use the promise of an NIL agreement to recruit a student to attend a specific participating school or participate in a specific sport, the State Board of Education rules say. So this is imperative that we follow this. So if we have a kid that gets an NIL agreement, our boosters can't go out there and say, hey, Yolanda just got an NIL agreement. You need to come here and play blah, 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 because we already had one person get it. You know, we're the person getting everybody NIL agreements. We cannot do that. Our boosters have got to stay in line. If not, it's going to come back on the district. So we've got to keep people in check. The rule also states that those same people cannot act as an agent, marketing representative, or otherwise facilitate any NIL agreement between a student athlete and a third party. Any violation of these rules will be subject to penalties. And we don't need a penalty. So we need to make sure that nobody is representing ABSS for any of this NIL stuff. If a kid gets it, it's between the kid and their parent or guardian and the NIL people, not us. So if a boosters club, they cannot represent us, and they need not to represent the school. So what happens when a student gets the NIL agreement? The first thing they're going to do is provide a copy of the NIL agreement to the principal and the athletic director of their school, who in return will send a copy over to the superintendent and the Board of Education chair and the head coach of the sport in which the student participates during the term of the NIL agreement before they sign it. So they can't sign it yet. They need to send us a copy for us to look at it. They then must take a class, and that class is offered at a site, a website. It's nfhslearn.com, and their courses, there's 7 sections to that course. It takes about an hour to complete it. And I didn't sign up to do it because I don't want people to think I'm getting an NIL agreement, because that would be laughable. But when you go through it, it actually, when I looked at the sections that were in there, it actually looks like it's going to be pretty good, because it's explaining what the agreement is, what you're not allowed to do, what you are allowed to do, the conclusion. And a certificate will be printed out when you're done. If the athlete is under 18, the parent also has to do this course. So then they'll print out the certificates, and the certificates will also then be given with that NIL agreement. Once they've completed that, they can then sign the NIL agreement, and they will submit it over, and then we will submit it to the Athletic Association. It has to be done in 30 days from the time the NIL agreement is given. So you have to do it in that 30-day window. And then the North Carolina Athletic Association will keep a record of it annually, so that they could see how many we get, how many NIL agreements we get yearly for the state of North Carolina. So this is kind of small, but if you look at this here, this is what will be filled out. This is the NIL certification or compliance. And it says here that I disclosed the NIL agreement to the principal and the athletic director, the local superintendent, head coach, and that I completed the training course, and then they sign it, parent signs it, principal signs it, and we'll keep documents of all of this. Taking the fun out of sports.
Ms. Johnson, and I'm sure that when the state passed this, they didn't pass on additional funds for the additional workload, did they?
No, absolutely not.
So therefore, Mr. Davis's job just got workload added to it, along with our
ADs,
individual athletic director,
who just died when it passed, because the ADs are already dying. So this is just one more thing they've added to our plates, and in my opinion, they're ruining high school athletics.
Have they listed penalties once somebody?
I'm sure they're down there creating what those penalties are right now. They haven't created them yet. They're still dreaming those up.
Well, it looks like from this policy, they can hire an independent agent that doesn't have anything to do with the school system, and you'd probably see this maybe once every 5 years. As far as somebody making considerable money, then you might have John Smith that owns a furniture store that wants maybe a kid that's gained several thousand yards to come in on Saturday, and he'll pay him $50, $100 just to be there all day to be seen. And but he's going to have to do all this before he can do that.
Yeah. And I think the biggest thing for me again is we've got to educate everyone that if we have an athlete that gets this, we have to make sure that we are not using that athlete's recognition in any way in this district. And I know sometimes, we like to say things or do things because we want people to stay in ABSS. But the second we, or even a booster president or a booster member says, hey, we were able to get so-and-so who's now playing for whoever, and they got an NIL agreement, we've now crossed that line. And whatever penalty they're down there thinking of, we would then be slapped with one. We cannot use that to our advantage. And I think there's a lot of educating that we're going to have to do. I know Todd's already had a meeting with the ADs, but a lot of times people, the community doesn't always see things the way we do, but it's important that we're all on the same page with this, because it could cost the district once we know what the penalties are, and we don't want that to happen.
Well, it seems like it creates a lot of liability as well. So I'm sure that we've researched it, but there's nothing that we can do as an individual local district. We have to go along with what the state says.
Yep.
We can't opt out.
Because the state, they just passed it, and to me, it's a lot of responsibility to put on a young person, and their family.
It's crazy is what it is.
Yep. So, Ms. Johnson, I know the state just passed this for public schools, and I want to say before they had it at the beginning of the school year, maybe for the private schools already.
My understanding is, I think with some of the parochial and charter schools, they've had some of them are in it, and then there was one where they did not have to do what we're having to do.
Okay. And then I guess just my other question around that, well, I guess you already answered it, because they have not put out there what the violations are for anybody who violates it. but or what, I guess, what safeguards can we put out there? Because, I mean, like you said, we are dealing with possible like 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds that gets that, I guess, opportunity. But then if they don't fully understand it, they might step into something by mistake that then violates them. Or there anything that we might know that either yourself or Coach Todd has done looked at as far as anything, I guess, that could risk one of our students going on to the next level?
I think for us, I talked to a friend of mine in another state, and he was talking about how they've given a lot of consideration on just educating young athletes in case they end up going that route too, because, you know, once one state does it, they typically all start jumping in, it seems like. But he was like, you've got to educate not only our coaches, our families, but we also need to educate the young people, because they have to understand the risks that come with this too. Because if they get hurt or they do something, then it could all be over with within a matter of one bad mistake. And, you know, a lot of times kids don't realize that because they still are growing in their minds. So, you know, this just happened 2 weeks ago. So, you know, Todd and I have been putting our heads together just on, you know, protecting the district. How do we, you know, our ADs are already overwhelmed with a lot that's going on already. How can we help with some of this to take some off of them? But, you know, we've got to put our heads together too of how do we bring our athletes together to really talk with them about if this is happening, if you get offered this, how do we help them understand before they actually get a hold of it? Because once they get that offer, we have to step back. Because then if not, we're seen as interfering, or we're seen as one of these people trying to, you know, be an agent in there and we can't do anything. So part of that is educating them early on, because if we don't, one thing could ruin them for a lifetime.
Yeah, because that was just a part of my big concern for the student athlete, is the education to them of this. Because, I mean, just as thinking about any young man or young lady getting that opportunity, and I mean, I'm not saying that they're going to get possibly offered like millions of dollars, but I mean, you're talking about like a 16-year-old getting a couple of $100. I mean, that's a lot of money, because I know it was for me when I was 16. And so just thinking of a way to educate them, because I don't want something that put them at risk, that could risk things for them in their future endeavors, possibly going off to college, scholarships, or anything like that currently.
We have an opportunity during Success Academy that Todd and I can put some things together and offer it out during that time, so it's not taken away from instructional time, just to educate young people in general. What does that look like? We also have some athletes from ABSS who've been involved in that type of stuff, so we could actually use them via Zoom or whatever to be able to bring them in and help them. They could even give their own stories. So thank you for that.
Ms. Johnson, is this something that we can, not that I want to add another layer to Coach Davis or to our coaches, but don't we still do like a mandatory parent meeting at the beginning of each season? Mm-hmm. Is this something that we could add to that, so we're educating the athlete and the family, and then, you know, include some booster club information just to make sure everybody's on the same page?
I think we can do something short for them to do that. We can make that happen.
And I'm just interested in the penalties. I mean, it could come back on the individual teams to where they have to forfeit games. I mean, you know, which should probably be the coaches probably need to preach.
Yeah, we've been working with the coaches and the ADs, and so I think we're going to be good with them. We just need to make sure that everyone else understands that the district has to stay out of it.
Did the state board adopted this? Did this go through the General Assembly?
I think.
Is this something they would have voted on? Dan, maybe you can answer that one.
I haven't seen that meeting yet.
I know the state board voted on it on October the 11th.
So, can I just say a couple things real quick? So what happened, the state board was working on rules for next school year and froze this school year. And then litigation was brought on behalf of a student athlete, I think in Guilford County, challenging the freeze. And a judge in Wake County basically overturned the freeze and said that the rules that the state board adopted for next year were going to be put in place for this year. So that's actually what happened in October. It was a decision from a Wake County Superior Court judge that lifted the freeze.
I don't know what we can do, but my recommendation would be let's contact some of our legislators at the General Assembly and get them involved and see if there's anything that we can do differently. I don't like this personally. That's just my opinion. I don't like it. I don't think we should put our kids through this, and I definitely don't think we need to put our staff and administration through that. So just my 2 cents there.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Johnson? Thank you for the work, and thank you to Coach Davis and our ADs for being proactive on this.
Yeah. He's loving it. He says he wishes he could have had an NIL deal.
Still on the market.
All right, so the next thing tonight is our low-performing school designation, just to get you going for that. So again, this is a state requirement for us to go through this evening. Just to remind you that the state's definition of a low-performing school are those schools that received a school performance grade of D or F and a school growth score of met expected growth or not met expected growth. And if you can see here, these are our low-performing schools of this year. We went from 16 down to 14. We did take 4 off, but we ended up adding 2. So you'll see the 14 schools that we have here are our low-performing schools. So the requirements by the state. This evening, Dr. Fleming will talk to you in closed session about a personnel recommendation for the Board of Education regarding the principal of each low-performing school. This is a state requirement. We also will have a district plan that I'll talk about in just a few minutes, which we'll be submitting to the Board of Education for how the district will support our low-performing schools and monitor their progress this year. A letter is also required to be sent to parents and guardians of students in the low-performing schools that share the 5 required items defined by the state. Those 5 items are that the school earned a D or an F, they met or did not meet growth, the overall school performance grade, the school growth score, and then the explanation of the school performance grades and growth scores. The low-performing schools will review their school improvement plans and target indicators, and they will submit additional strategies that will assist them with moving their performance grade and getting more growth. Those are requirements by the state that we must do. So for the district strategies and support, the first thing that we've done is, as a district improvement team, we had to sit and look at what are we as a district going to do to support differently these 14 low-performing schools. And this year, we've kind of taken a little bit a different approach, and it's actually been refreshing. As a district improvement team, we started looking at our subgroup data. Because even though we feel that when we're looking at our data, we've tried to do some things that are moving our schools, and that worked last year, we know that in order to really move those schools, we've got to start looking at our subgroups. If we're not looking at our subgroups and start looking at strategies that can help those subgroups, then we may not get enough movement that we need to do to continue reducing our low-performing schools. The surprising thing is when we've been talking with some of our low-performing schools, they also said the same thing. So it's interesting that we've had our own conversation around the district improvement team table But we also, schools have been having those same things of, we need to start having subgroup conversations because our teachers need to know how to help do those subgroups. For our district improvement team, we identified the fact that our Black subgroup and our economically disadvantaged subgroup were our two subgroups this year that almost tripled in the amount of students who were identified, the gap in between their learning, who were not proficient. So we are working together as a district improvement team to look at strategies and target that so that we can offer PD to our principals on how do you go back with your group and lead the professional development needed for those subgroups, because we need to be making sure that we're hitting those targeted groups in order to move them. Last year we did this and we got a unanimous vote from the schools to please do it again. We utilized our federal dollars to hold data days, and this is where we give schools subs, and they have half days where they bring their schools or their teachers together and they use data to identify kids and how to target them for intervention strategies. So we use that again because that's what they wanted, and we did see outcomes and results from that because they were able to target the kids who needed that additional support in intervention time. The other thing that we saw that worked last year at the elementary school, and they're excited about this, they've been begging us since August, but I said you have to wait till October because we only get so much money from the federal government, but they wanted the literacy tutoring back. And so every elementary school gets 2 tutors, and I think most of them are going to be on the board report tonight, we hope. And we use our federal dollars to provide this, but the literacy tutoring is at the elementary level, and we use our M-class data and our spelling screener data to identify the kids that need those specific targeted intervention. And these tutors use our curriculum to train, we train them on our curriculum to be able to support those young people to hopefully close those skill gaps at the elementary level. Again, if these kids cannot read, then this is why they give up when we have those tests. It's not because they don't have the stamina to get through the test. It's because when they can't read the words, they just shut down. So our goal is to make sure that they can read. We also wanted to make sure that we provide targeted support and an intervention period at all 3 levels. Kids need that specific targeted help. So at elementary, we have an intervention period. At middle school, we have an intervention period. And even at the high school, we have an intervention period where kids are getting the help they need in the area and the skills that they need it in. And so we give that tiered support to these kids at all 3 levels. So no young person should be coming home and saying to their family, I don't get it, and nobody can help me, because we offer it at all 3 levels. And then the last thing that we do is we utilize a tiered school support system. Even though each level has a school supervisor, we use our directors to be able to provide that additional support. We use our curriculum coordinators to spend most of their time in our transformation zone. That's our low-performing schools, and our wraparound zone. We spend most of our time in those zones. The autonomous zone, they call us when they need us, and we go there. We still go there just to check in and make sure they're doing well, but we're spending the bulk of our resources and our time with the schools that really need us, and we're in there modeling, teaching, just being what they need for us to be, because we want to help them get off of these lists and supply them with the support that they need. So that is the district strategies and supports that we offer. So what are our next steps? We have already sent our letters out to families in the low-performing schools, so we've met that the state asked us to meet. On November 1st of this week, on the Parents' Bill of Rights page, James will help me post the additional strategies that the 14 low-performing schools will be adding to their school improvement plan. There will be a feedback button, so people in the community, You guys can look at it and offer feedback to a specific school as to what you, or questions that you might have. I'll be sharing those with the principals. And then on December the 2nd, we are required to bring you the additional strategies and any feedback that was given for you to vote on. And if you vote and say that these strategies are good, then on December the 7th, we must upload the revised school improvement plan with these new strategies inside of it into IndyStar for the state to give their feedback. It has to be uploaded on December 7th. Once it is uploaded, the state will then give their feedback. If they say that it needs to be revised, then we'll have to revise it, bring it back to you for review and consideration, a new vote, and then we'd have to do it over. Hopefully we'll get it right the first time. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Questions from the board?
Yes, Ms. Johnson, with the tiered systems and everything that we have there at the elementary, especially like at the elementary level, I know before we was having our SRS positions jump in to do a lot of that stuff. Now that we don't have those positions, how is that support and things going to be tackled, I guess?
So that it is unfortunate that we no longer have those. If schools are title schools, then they were able to purchase or use their title dollars to get some of those positions. For schools that are not, they're having to think and look at their kids and use others in the school. So for instance, let's say that I'm at a school that's non-Title I and I'm looking at my third grade. We may look at our third grade team and look at how many kids are in Tier 1, how many kids are in Tier 2, and how many kids are in Tier 3. So we may divide up the kids among our entire third grade, but we may have to use some other teachers in the school to help us. If the majority of our kids are needing Tier 3, that means that we're not doing Tier 1 the right way, because the most of our kids should be down at Tier 1. So what we have to do is think about, if we need, do we need to redo what we're doing in Tier 1? But we may end up having to utilize other encore teachers or those to help at the Tier 1 level to use our expert teachers at the other level. We know we've heard from some of the teachers that, right now they're having to offer help do a lot of the Tier 3 because they don't have the support they need because they're missing their SIS. Unfortunately, with the district being in the way it is right now, we just couldn't have it back. So there are some with administrators who are actually doing some of that. So their APs may be doing it. So
All right.
they're being creative.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Johnson. But also, I just was wanting to ask that question because I wanted it to be out there that this role that we do not have, and a couple of other roles, like similar to, I think what Mr. Bowden had talked about earlier in some things, is positions that were needed positions. These were not just access things that we had in our system. These folks were handling things with our students daily that are not there now because of funding constraints, funding issues, however anybody wants to speak of it. I just speak of it of underfunding. That's how I speak directly to it, is just the underfunding of our school system. So
they are missed.
And I was thinking of that in different terms. We get hammered, we get fussed at because we've got 14 failing schools still, but yet they cut the rug out from under us by hammering us by cutting out the positions. Because the funding is not there, and you can't work miracles. I mean, it's a no-win situation to start with Title I and the kid, and it's not the kids' fault. It's the environment and a lot of the things going on, different things. But it's just a shame.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Johnson?
So if I'm looking on the Parents' Bill of Rights page and want to see, say I'm at a school where that's low performing, will it be easy to find, say, my school and what's being proposed for the change? I see the revised school improvement plans and so on.
Yes, so there will be and it won't be a revised change. They will be added to what's already there. So it will be a document, and they'll see their school name, and these are the strategies they're wanting to add with the indicator.
Okay, got it, thank you.
And then there will be a feedback, and they can drop down for their school and add their feedback. And that'll be up Friday. That's the date we have to have it up.
Great, thanks. No other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I just want to say really quickly, the 14 schools on the low-performing list, we have a lot of really good teachers and a lot of students, and there's good things going on in those schools.
Yes, we do.
And they show up every day, students and staff, and they're doing the best they can. And I applaud the district, obviously, for giving them the extra support to get them off the low-performing list. But low-performing on a report card is very different than low-performing in that school. And they're performing strong. I've been in and out of most of these schools, and there's good students, there's good families, and there's good teachers. And I just think that's worth noting. So I just wanted to share that.
Maybe that'll make the newspaper.
Did you want to vote on that this evening, Ms. Johnson?
No, no, there's nothing to vote on. It's just me telling you about it. Okay, the last two things I have, the Southern Middle School is wanting to go to Carowinds on March the 29th. There is a performance, and they will perform there. No student will be denied the opportunity to go. They will actually be doing some fundraising to be able to do this. And then the Woodlawn Middle School Band and Chorus will also be performing contest level music and will be judged at Winthrop University on April the 11th, and then they will also travel to Carowinds where they will perform at the same time on April the 11th. And they will also be doing some fundraising, and again, no child will be denied the right to go because of funding. So I am asking for a vote for those two because of the funding. They're going to start fundraising.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Questions, comments?
Motion for approval of both.
Thank you, Mr. Ingles. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Ryan or?
Ryan.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bowden. Any discussion?
I would not want to ride the bus to Carowinds. Once was enough, and my curiosity was satisfied. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. At this time, it's my pleasure to welcome our Chief Student Services Officer, Dr. Christy Davis, to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Fleming. I have 6 gifts to present to you this evening. First, Graham High School Athletics received a gift in the amount of $8,313.69 from Mary Margaret Harris, Chris Wright, and the Wright family. Funds will be used to purchase 40 sideline chairs for the varsity football locker room in the J. Wagner Memorial Fieldhouse. Next gift, Elon University gifted $20,000 to Elon Elementary School over 2 years. Elon Elementary will use the funds to develop core curriculum within their school by purchasing additional foundation kits. Next, Elon Elementary received furniture from Elon University valued at $5,000, which included chairs, a small and large table, conference table, picture frames, filing system, and an ottoman. Southeast Alamance High School received a donation of an 8.5 by 24 foot tandem axle enclosed cargo trailer. This is valued at $8,000. The trailer will be used to take band equipment to competitions, parades, and other events. Next, the Alamance Burlington School System's Needy Children Fund received a donation of $8,887 from the Alamance Community Foundation, Burlington Merchants Association Fund for Needy Children. Funds will be used throughout the district for students in need. And then lastly, the Alamance Burlington School System Curriculum Department received $4,000 from the Across the Track framing. Funds will be used to purchase supplies for our visual art classes. And that is a total, which includes the $8,000 from Southeast, $54,200.69.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. That speaks volumes to the generosity in our community. Is it the pleasure of the board to vote on all these collectively?
Yeah, that's fine. I just got one question.
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
For the Southeast trailer, who, do we know who made that donation?
Yes. Let me find it.
I was just wondering so they could be
I
recognized.
don't think it
in
had to be anonymous either. The Wells family.
Thank you. If it wasn't anonymous, I just wanted them to be recognized for that too.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion at this time?
Motion to approve gifts.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, Dr. Davis. At this time, I will invite Mr. Hook, our Chief Operations Director, Chief Operations Officer, to the podium. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dr. Fleming, members of the board, I'm presenting and asking you to approve a contract for Alamance Glass to replace all of the exterior doors at Woodlawn Middle School. The value of the contract is $139,803. The purpose of replacing the doors is twofold. Number one, the doors are worn out, and number two, the current door systems do not allow them to work with the key card access systems that we've installed.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Questions or comments from the board?
Just Mr. Hook, the funds for this, which part of the funds coming from?
These funds are coming from our PAYGO budget. If you recall, I want to say in March I presented the areas that we needed to spend in for the PAYGO budget, and I had listed a $300,000 line for door replacements, specifically around switching out doors so they would work with key card systems, but we also spend those funds to replace worn out doors as well.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Hook?
So after we approve this, it goes to the commissioners for approval, or they can start work?
No, they can start work.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Hook. At this time, we will move into board and superintendent comments. Anybody want to kick us off this evening? You're welcome to go first if you'd like.
All right. Well, thank you. I just want to say I'll go off, kind of go off script here for a moment. I am very humbled to see the recognition of our students this evening, and to see how many great things are going on in our school district. And I have an opportunity to see that as I've been out into our buildings, as I've met with our principals and all, but to see the fact that we have all of this excitement and these great things going on in the schools. And while we do have to talk about low-performing schools, unfortunately, I think you can see from the types of students that we're producing that great things are going on in our school buildings. And so I want us just to keep our eyes on that. I also want to thank our principals and our assistant principals. This month was, or is for a few more days, National Principal Appreciation Month. And we did give them a little treat a few days ago. All of us collectively on cabinet went and delivered some gifts to our principals, and so they have sent text and called, and we're very we're very thankful for that, and we do appreciate them. And they deserve more than cookies, but they definitely need to be celebrated, and we are glad we had the opportunity to give them something. I've completed all my school visits. I've enjoyed meeting and walking around our campuses. I met with many of our team members in the schools. I do believe the ABSS has made many steps forward, particularly with roofing and HVAC projects. I do hope this is only a first step in updating our facilities. Quite frankly, I was surprised to see the age of some of our buildings. I think our maintenance and our facility departments have been able to do all they can with the resources available. But as we move forward, I'm going to talk to some firms to study our facilities, to determine capacity of our buildings and where the most pressing needs rest. We need to continue to look at security, parking, and drive resurfacing, windows, ceilings, athletics, and outdoor facilities. And so I asked this board to help us with that, with your advocacy efforts to our county commissioners and other policy makers as well. I have begun meeting one-on-one with the principals, as well as continued conversations with many community leaders. In meetings with our staff, we do see that our assistant principal positions are missed, our counselor positions are missed, nursing positions, we heard about that this evening, and so we will continue to move forward in trying to restore as much as we can. I mentioned our new Chief Finance Officer, Mr. Tony Messer. He has started and he's already rolled his sleeves up and gotten to work, and we appreciate that. I do want to remind the board, our next meeting was rescheduled a few months ago. We will meet for our work session on Wednesday, November the 13th at 12:30. I believe it was the 12th, but it's been rescheduled to the 13th. And I did want to make sure everyone was aware of that. I believe that's all the comments I have this evening, Madam Chair, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Any questions for Dr. Fleming? Yes. Mr. Engel, you want to go next?
I'll go next.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm going to brag on our superintendent a minute. He's been going out and doing the coin flip at the various football games on Friday night. And not very good. And he was at Southeast and Graham Friday night, and this coming Friday night he will be at the Cummins Southeast, and that should be a barn burner of a game. So look forward to seeing you there, Dr. Fleming, and great job. I also want to give kudos to this young lady sitting over here right next to the wall by the name of Commissioner Pam Thompson, and just thank her for her continuous support of ABSS and the passion that you have for the school system. And I wish we had 5 county commissioners like you, but keep up the great work. We thank you for that. And the third thing, what was the third thing I told you about? Do you remember?
Oh, heavens. Facilities, keeping up.
Oh, okay.
Population growth.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Senior moment. No, we need to really keep up with the buildings that are going on, the building that's going on in Alamance County right now. We've got, I don't know if y'all read it or not, but 400 more houses are going up in Elon. They're fixing to start. If you go down the southern part of the county, the southeastern part of the county, there's houses going up everywhere down there because they've got that mega center, several of them right just across the county line. You see apartment complexes going up everywhere in the eastern part of the county, and Burlington started now doing that. We're growing. We need to continue to keep up with the numbers. We need to let those folks, the county commissioners, know, at least on a quarterly, if not I think maybe, Dr. Fleming, you said maybe monthly we could do that maybe. Let them know, hey, this is our numbers and this is what they're doing. Because I'm telling you folks, Alamance County is going to grow. It's already started. At one time it looked like it was all coming from, Durham and Raleigh. That's not the case anymore. You look on the other side of the county where it was like that before, it's starting to grow this way also. So, and I look as the economy picks up, and I think it's going to, you're going to see more of that. So I've run my mouth enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes, so first I just want to thank everyone who came out and made the public comments, all of our recognitions that we had tonight. It's always great to see those STAR students, STAR staff members, all of the students who was here, and like Ms. Johnson said, even the ones who were not here, to still hear those names, and the one that's done graduated on and I'm pretty sure continuously doing great things. And also, me being the sports guy that I am, I want to give a shout out to some of our teams that are competing today or over this past weekend in like state tournaments, like our Williams women's team that is in the tennis state tournament, and then we have multiple athletes that are there in the golf tournament, some of our female golfers. And then I know we just had, I think it was 3 or 4 of our women's volleyball teams that had competed recently in the state tournament. And then football season is about to wrap up here, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have multiple teams going off to the state playoffs. And I'll put in a plug for people to go to out there to vote for Game of the Week, Cummins and Southeast. Hey, I'm a Cummins grad, so I'm going to plug that out there. But I think it's going to be a great game, too, with 2 great teams. But we have just great teams and great athletes across the board. So I want people to get out there and support them in all kinds of ways. These coaches, these athletes, they do so much, these parents showing up for them. So continue to support them. And like Dr. Fleming said, we have to continue to make sure we're doing what we can do as a district on our facilities for them, because we have state and national level athletes, and so we need to make sure our facilities are matching up with how great our athletes are and getting more collaboration with folks helping us along the way with that and advocating for that. And also I just want to give a special shout out to our bus drivers and bus coordinators, because I know Mr. Curl got up there tonight and talked about the bus coordinators. I know they're feeling some strains and things, but I just want them to understand they are being heard, and that we're going to try to do the best that we can for them, because our bus drivers and those coordinators, they're taking some of our most precious things back and forth to school, which is our students. And we want to make sure that we're supporting them in the right kind of way also, too. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Bowden? Dr. Parker?
Thanks. So I'd like to thank all the people and organizations who made gifts to the district. It's very much appreciated, and we appreciate your generosity. I'd like to welcome our new CFO, Mr. Messner. Welcome, and we're glad you're here. We were eagerly anticipating your arrival, and finally, so best of luck getting situated and started. I'd like to congratulate all of the AP scholars. That's tough work, and well-earned recognition. I remember, at the beginning of the Calculus BC exam, eagerly anticipating the 3 hours of subtle, obtuse math I was about to enjoy. And I know that all the rest of them, it's the same kind of thing. It's a lot of work, and good job. I want to wish the Southeast Alamance girls cross-country team the best of luck when they go to the state finals on November 2nd. We're a track family, and so, keep an eye on that and follow it. And finally, I want to say on the main ABSS website, the science fair page is up. So if you just click in the search box and type science fair, it will take you to the page with more information about it if you're a parent and missed the presentation on October 16th. And if you are interested in judging, please email Erica Bauer or Rachel Brooks. They're always looking for judges, and it's a great morning, and it's great to see all the work that our students have done. And that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Ms. Westbrooks?
Yes, ma'am. Repeating a lot of what my peers up here have said, but thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. We do appreciate that, and the recognitions. We're so proud of our kids. They're doing so great, and I'm just totally proud of them. So many good things going on. I appreciate the plans that are being put in place to help to support our teachers and our students. And thank you to all of our staff who work daily to keep our kids safe and help them be success. I just thank everyone. I know holidays are coming up soon, and they are all going to need some rest, including you guys in front of me. So we do appreciate everything that you do every single day. And again, Tony, welcome.
Mr. Bowden?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I just want to say thank you to this community. It's been an honor to serve. the past 4 years. I know I still have about a few weeks to go, another month to go. Another meeting? I guess we got one more meeting. But it's truly been an honor to serve, and so I figured I would go ahead and say a few things tonight. And but most importantly, I just want to thank my family. Thank my wife Tina and my daughters Brian and Briley. A lot of people don't know I'm already gone a third of my life being in the fire service. I work 24 hours, and so I'm gone a third of my life from my family. And then the past 4 years, this has taken a lot of my time as well. And I just commend them. I'm appreciative of them for allowing me the opportunity. Hadn't been easy. It's day one. I think we was right in the middle of COVID and face mask, and just name it. It's been something every single year. But it's truly been an honor, and I just want to thank the citizens of Alamance County, and thank to our staff, administrators, educators across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. The beauty of going last is I can just say ditto to, there's so many great comments that I'll echo from my colleagues. Our plan was to recognize Mr. Bowden at his last board meeting. But since you opened that door, thank you for your service to the board. I think we can all attest it has not been easy for any of us. So, and our families. Yes, you do have to come back on the 13th. And then just really quick, I just want to take an opportunity just to congratulate all those students that came up here and their families. And there's nothing more. It's just amazing to look out and see standing room only and to see smiling faces because we're so excited to celebrate the achievements of our children. So, and I think that's really what we're all here for. So, that's all that I have. I think Ms. Westbrooks has a motion for us at this time.
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion that we enter into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318 11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege, North Carolina General Statutes 143-318 11A6 to consider confidential personnel information protected under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and 115C-321, and North Carolina General Statutes 143-318 11A8 to formulate plans by a local board of education relating to emergency response to incidences of school violence, or to formulate and adopt the school safety components of school improvement plans by a local board of education or a school improvement team.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrooks. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. We will move into closed session at this time. We are back in open session. Ms. Anderson, I believe you have a personnel report for us.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Fleming, and members of the board. I'm asking that you approve the personnel report as presented in closed session tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Thank you, Mr. Engel. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there any other business before the board this evening?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you for being with us.